Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. And welcome back to our Spanish Legendary Difficulty campaign. My name is Spartan Elite 43, and tonight, the great build-up begins. But before we get started, I do want to go through and do a little recap, our little story-driven narrative that we've got that we've been doing for this campaign, which I have thoroughly enjoyed. I ain't gonna lie, it's fun putting these together. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying it as well. What up, Jason, Anthony, Ender, Ghost, Dewan? Good to see you guys. Slowest Llama, hello. All right, let's get this party started. So without further ado, let's get into the story from the previous stream. In the wake of the Great Reset, the world descended into chaos as nations sought to rebuild their shattered fleets and assert their dominance upon the seas once more. What followed was a frenzied arms race, as every nation raced to bolster their naval forces, sensing the scent of blood in the water and the threat of conflict looming ever closer. Just 3 years after the cataclysmic events of the Great Reset, the Spanish Empire found itself thrust into the crucible of war once more. As the Russians delivered a chilling ultimatum, pay tribute or face the wrath of their formidable fleet. With resolve tempered by defiance, Spain chose the path of resistance, plunging headlong into a conflict against a foe far more formidable than they had anticipated. In the opening salvos of the conflict, the flagship España faced the full fury of the Russian onslaught, standing alone against overwhelming odds and paying the ultimate price for her valor and sacrifice. As hope dwindled and despair gripped the hearts of our sailors, the tide of battle turned against us. As time and time again we found ourselves outmatched and outmaneuvered by our relentless adversary. Despite acts of unparalleled bravery and sacrifice, such as the heroic stand of the battleship Nanita and her valiant escorts, the Spanish fleet found herself battered and broken, its resolve tested to its limits by the unyielding onslaught of the Russian war machine. With each devastating blow, it became painfully clear the victory was slipping further from our grasp, and the specter of defeat loomed ever larger on the horizon. Yet even in our darkest hour, there remains a glimmer of hope, a resolve to rise from the ashes of defeat and rebuild our shattered fleet, to forge a new path forward through diplomacy and cunning. For though the might of our adversaries may seem insurmountable, the spirit of the Spanish people burns brightly, undimmed by the trials of war, and so, as we stand at the crossroads of history, let us draw strength from our resilience and determination, and let us chart a course towards a brighter tomorrow. For Spain may be weakened, but her spirit remains unbroken, and her legacy will endure through the ages. All right, there we go. Hello, welcome. Guten Tag, how's it going? F-16, Commander, Dart-68, Aiden, Lex, Scott, HSF, how's it going? Scar, good to see you. All right, so here's some things. If you missed the last stream, then you've missed quite a bit because that was like 7.5 hours of streaming yesterday. But if you missed the last stream, basically, we logged in yesterday to stream, and everybody's fleets were gone. We're calling it the Great Reset. Everybody's fleets were gone. The campaign still remained, but the entire world's fleets disappeared overnight. Nobody knows where they went, what happened. All of the sailors went with them. It was a devastating blow to the world at large. And what followed was what you would expect. All of the nations of the world suddenly went into overdrive trying to replenish their fleets and maybe take advantage of others' weaknesses. And that is where we find ourselves today. Now, we ended up in a war with Russia in the last stream, and that did not go well. It is the first war that I have ever lost. Put that in perspective. I've been playing this game for 5 years. 5 years. And in the 5 years, I have never lost a single war until yesterday. So that tells you kind of where we're at. So let the great build-up commence. Our goal for this episode will be simple. Our economy, our fleet, our research. That is the three-pronged attack that we need to build a better tomorrow. To bring the Spanish to the point at which they deserve their rightful place at the table of great nations among the world. That is where we are today. Jessica, how's it going? You're Hispanic, so you can help with the names if you want. Well, I appreciate that, HSF. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you enjoy. I apologize ahead of time for absolutely butchering all the names, because it will happen. I try, but I do have a pretty like potent history of just absolutely butchering every pronunciation known to man. So I apologize. So right now we are not currently training any crew because we have 5,800 crew currently trained. We're trying to save some money, but at the same time increase our tech budget over time. We are currently we have 12 ships. This is our fleet currently. We have several new battle cruisers that are the pride of the Navy. We have the Mendoza Warfare, which is a battleship unlike the world has ever seen before. It is a 16-inch battleship with 4 16-inch guns. So that'll be an interesting fight if it ever gets the chance. And then, of course, we have our brand new heavy cruisers, the Renacimiento. I just see the Renacimiento class heavy cruisers, aka the Renaissance class, the Rebirth class heavy cruisers, are here. But they are actually the old ones. These two are the old class. The new class is the Josephine class that we have here. That they will hopefully take us forward into a brighter future. So, with all of that being said, let's check out our politics. Because in the last episode, not only did we find ourselves at odds with Russia, but pretty much the entire world hated us and wanted to go to war with us in the last episode. But thanks to the diplomatic approach of one Admiral Spartan Elite 43, of which I think we can all agree, probably worthy of a Nobel Prize, I have managed to quell the tensions between everybody and us, with the exception of the Italians, because I haven't tried to quell that yet. I do want to have an adversary, so that is something. They don't have any allies, so they are a potential adversary for us. Noriko, thank you for the gifted membership and welcome to the stream. Wolven, good to see you as well. Appreciate you dropping in. Glad you finally got to check in, catch a stream. If you have a negative annual economic growth, there's two things. One, you might be at war. If you're at war, you might want to try to get peace at some point. And then the other thing is your transports. So go into your transport capacity. If you look, you want to try to max out your transport capacity to 200%. If you are less than 0%, that means you're actually shrinking your transport capacity, which will shrink your GDP over time. So usually any like negative economic is usually transport related. So you want to try to make sure that you get up to 200%. It maxes out at 200%, which is why I'm not going any further on the slider. When I'm at war and transports are getting sunk, I will max out the transport capacity to make sure that we're building transports preferably faster than they get sunk. Okay? But if you're talking about here, as you can see, we are currently growing at 6.782%. We are at peace, so we are growing. At war, it is very likely that you end up losing or shrinking your GDP overall while you're at war. So it makes sense, right? They increase your budget, all of that, so that money's got to come from somewhere. It's coming directly from the GDP, which is hurting your overall growth. So it makes sense, right? Triple Play, good to see you. Welcome. Appreciate you dropping in. All right, so let's look at research situations. Now, I know we're not doing so well in research. We're not currently prioritizing anything at the moment because we just don't have the money in the thing. So we're just kind of letting a lot of the smaller techs get caught up real quick. But we have done a lot recently. And our battleships that we actually designed the Corsair class battleship at the end of the last episode as well. But we can't currently build any of these. They are a very expensive battleship for the time. It is our first Dreadnought, so I'm looking forward to seeing these things get out there. But yeah, we're gonna have to hold off for now. Building them is a little bit crazy. The fact that we're not getting any Dreadnoughts until like 1910 is crazy. That shows how far behind we are. Usually we get those by like 1903, 1900, somewhere in that neighborhood. So we're like 7 years behind tech-wise. To put that into perspective. All right, so let's get this party started. It's going to be a relatively straightforward stream early on. It's just going to be us progressing time, essentially. Trying to keep the diplomacy in check. Not do anything too crazy. Todd, welcome. France would be a good ally. Allies have not done us so well in this one so far. Minor nation allies are one thing. They tend to buy ships and support you that way. But every time that we set a major ally, it gets broken within like a couple of months. Like we have not been able to hold an alliance with anybody. They almost always sever the alliance very quickly. So alliances aren't necessarily something I'm looking for. We'll see what happens, but the main thing is just not going directly to war currently with those. That's the best. That's our hope for the moment. But also, in the last episode, one thing I forgot to mention for those of you who missed it, we also acquired some new provinces and lost a couple of provinces. One of the war reparations that the Russians enforced on us after the war was over, they stole Guam and Saipan from us, which is not ideal. They also took every one of our fleet ships that we had built after the Great Reset, in hopes to keep us from ever challenging them navally again. So that's where we are. We're at the Great Reset. That's why we had the Great Reset, and then we lost the war and lost all of our ships again because they stole them all as war reparations. So yeah, we got to wait for this. Hopefully the new ships will be built soon so that we can get this party going. But don't forget, if you guys enjoy the stream, make sure you guys punch that like button. It does help the channel out a lot, especially for these off-topic sort of things. And it's not World of Warships Legends, so these need all the help they can get to reach a bigger audience. So I appreciate everybody for tuning in and for punching that like button. I love you guys. You guys know this. Our economy is growing, and the government asks your opinion on where to allocate the extra funds. It's a good time to raise the naval funds. I mean, I'm not losing my GDP, so yeah, let's go for the GDP. We don't currently have any unrest, so let's just increase our GDP. It is going to reduce our naval budget a little bit more, which we're used to at this point. But increasing GDP is going to increase our naval budget over time. Even if we're reducing the overall naval budget, we're still getting a piece of a larger pie overall. Does that make sense? All right, so we're losing a little bit of money currently, but we're going to hold for now. Everybody should be on their way back to their ports. So as soon as everybody gets back, we should be able to Let me guess. You stopped, right? Yep. Go into port, dum-dums. Okay, where are you headed? You are headed to Barcelona. Beautiful. Where is your friends? Surely they're not already there. Seriously, where are they here? I think I see them. That's the Italians. Where in the world? Alright, so this fleet here, maybe they're on top of one another because they're moving at roughly the same speed. Weird. Alright, well, we will assume... See, Arabian Sea, Southeast Asia. Okay, so yeah, most of them are in the Arabian Sea right now. So they must be on top of each other, moving at the same speed, going the same direction. Except one will break off and go to Barcelona. The other one will continue back to Cuba. All right, let's keep it going. A new class of destroyer. Currently, the destroyers don't have enough range on the torpedoes to really, like, give us a lot. So I'm hoping soon we will be able to get into some torpedo boats for sure. If we look at our research, our torpedoes currently... Our torpedo range is up to 27% once we get the 19-inch torpedoes. We do have these that's going to increase our torpedo range as well, which is going to give us a lot more usable torpedo range, but still, 5,500 meters or 5.5 kilometers is not a lot for torpedo boats. They get sunk so quickly at these short ranges. Now, once we start to get a little bit more range, maybe we can start looking into that, because we can build torpedo boats or destroyers relatively quickly. So we just gotta wait till we get the techs first, which is going to be our biggest issue. We are losing a lot of money because we are moving everybody. Let's go into fleets. We should be able to go in and limit everybody that's in port. That'll save us quite a bit of money. And then let's keep this party rolling. Gunboat-based destroyers would be good for fleet. I mean, it would be good for convoy raiding, but in terms of overall battles, it doesn't do us a lot of good. So I usually do lean towards a gunboat build later on, because I use them solely for like convoy raiding and stuff like that, or spotting. Looks like everybody's overspending, which is good news for us, because if they're overspending and getting replaced, then that's going to keep their unrest high. Okay. Those guys already made it to Barcelona. Very nice. Set everybody to limited again. Western Mediterranean. Oh, you're here. I was gonna say, I don't know why it would show up as sea control. Weird. All right. Now we're making some money. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and crank up that research budget. We can get away with 95% for now. I was gonna say, I find it hard to believe these guys got all the way back over to Cuba that quickly. Where'd they end up? Oh, they went to Mogadishu. Oh, no, that's... Wait, what? Where's our third fleet? Am I crazy? Hold the phone. Hold the phone. We have 2 battle cruisers. Okay, yeah. So one of these battle cruisers and okay, so we'll take let's take Pruba and 2 of her escorts. Somehow they managed to merge the fleets. I was like, how did they get there? Okay, so let's take Pruba and Cristobal Colon and San Francisco. You guys will be our Caribbean fleet. Okay, we will lose a little bit of money while we move them out of port, but that's fine. It's fine. Let's keep it going. From a research standpoint, we now should have a little bit clearer picture as to what is coming up in the near future. We've got guns that are being worked on. Turret mechanisms. What do we got here? Is it barrels? Yeah, it's going to be barrel tech for a while, probably. Okay. Well, let's just keep it going. What up, Koi? How's it going? The territory that we did end up capturing in the last episode, we got through diplomatic means. Basically, there were uprisings, and we quelled those uprisings, and we took Thailand, and we took Malaysia, I believe. So we're doing good. I'm doing good. What up, AVM? How's it going? Yeah, I do try to manage my unrest pretty well. Because as your unrest climbs, A, you get more negative events that cost you money. And B, you end up with a lot of problems with uprisings and stuff like that your provinces will start to rebel against you. Which costs a lot of money, and then you have to send your fleets, and it's just the whole thing. So I do try to manage my unrest pretty well. Part of managing your unrest is trying to make sure that you're not losing too much money for too long. These guys will make it pretty quickly over there. We are losing a little bit of money here, so next turn it would not surprise me if this ticks up a little bit because we're losing money. But once they get to port, we should be able to make money again. And then it's just making sure that you don't expand too quickly. Any like negative actions that you take towards other countries, that tends to increase your unrest. Anything when it comes to like acquiring new territories and stuff like that, naval invasions, that sort of thing can trigger unrest. So you gotta try to manage that as best you can. But yeah, we took these 2 territories here with Thailand and Sarawak. So that's good news for us. And Sarawak is a big oil producer, so that's huge for us. All the oil. In the meantime, let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and max this out. There's no reason not to. We are losing a lot of money, seemingly, but as soon as we get to port, most of that money is going to be fine. Just got to get into port and set them to limited. What up, Cheese? How's it going? How do you apply it to the start of your campaign? Okay, so if you go to Nexus Mods, you can download the Dreadnought Improvement Project. And then you have to extract all files from the Dreadnought, from the zip folder, right? So you go there. Then you browse your local files on Steam. If you right-click Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, you can click the option for Browse Local Files. If you do that, then you will have 2 files that you need to replace. One is in the Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts folder, and the other one will be in Streaming Assets and Languages folder. But once you put them in, it's done, right? Like, you don't have to do anything crazy. You just got to move those files, copy them. Once you copy them over, it'll ask you if you want to replace them. Yes, replace the file in the folder. And then if you ever need to uninstall it, you can simply verify the installation through Steam, and that will effectively uninstall the mod if you want to revert back to the base game. The Minister of Foreign Affairs believes that the fleet needs more cruisers. He would support the raising of adequate funds for the construction of cruisers. I agree with him. I do believe that we could absolutely use more cruisers. That'll give us $98 million. I don't know how much that's going to do us for cruisers. But explain that our cruisers are enough and that the fleet needs money for other requirements. I mean, that's true as well. But I definitely wouldn't mind building some more cruisers. So we are going to take the money. It is going to give us a little bit of unrest, but we don't have any currently, so we should be fine. So that's just $98 million. We just unlocked naval gun barrels tech and 19-inch torpedoes. Very, very good. All right, so let's see what we can do. So we just got $98 million to build some cruisers. So let's take a look at our Josephine class. How much do you cost? 44. So that would be essentially we could build 2 of these. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to build 2 of them. We will put these 2 ships. These guys will go to, let's see, we want them in northern Spain. So Bilbao. Let's put them in northern Spain. All right. Now, we are losing $19 million per turn, but again, a lot of that is simply that these guys need to go to limited. Okay, with everybody limited, now we're losing $12 million a turn, but we did get $100 million to cover the cost of the 2 cruisers, so we should be okay to lose that little bit of money for now. Everybody is limited. So we are going to just continue. Let's look at politics real quick. Make sure that nothing's getting out of hand. The Germans are starting to dislike us. The Japanese and the Chinese are also starting to get upset with us again for no reason. So what I will do is just go ahead and preemptively nip this in the bud, and I will go for the Chinese and try to improve relations with the Chinese, because they are the ones currently the most dissatisfied with us. All right. Let's go. Next turn. Lightning Paul, thank you for 5 months, my dude. Appreciate you, man. Do I have merchandise? David, yes, I do. It is in the store if you guys are interested in checking it out. Liam, how's it going? Mad Zach, appreciate you. Down in the description area, usually it'll show a link to the store. But I have a Teespring store, and you can check that out as well. I keep the prices as low as possible because I don't worry about making money off of it. I just like the idea that people want to buy merch. So I do try to keep the prices as low as possible, or at least as low as they will allow me. But welcome, everybody. Appreciate you guys dropping in. It's always good to see new faces in chat as well. Appreciate you guys taking time out of your Sunday to come hang out with us. Several of our country's shipbuilding industries are constructing warships for third countries. What is our opinion? Any business cooperation with third countries improves our bilateral relations and strengthens our defense industry in the long term, which increases our GDP. So this will definitely be probably what we're looking for. Permit such cooperation, but in limited scope in order to not leak our secret technologies. Again, not a terrible option there, but it's half as effective as this, and we don't get the bonuses to relations with other nations. And then, of course, you are categorically against it is the naval prestige and unrest side of things. We have pretty low unrest, so we'll take the unrest for now and go for this option. Failed. Figures. Okay, well, is what it is. Is what it is. All right, so what up, Baden? How's it going? I appreciate you. Brother Monroe, I appreciate you visiting from his channel. Much love, my dude. Hope you enjoy. How long do you have to be a member to become a mod? I only add mods as necessary. So there's no like timetable or anything like that that's going to get you a mod slot. Basically, if I'm streaming and there are no mods, that is when I will probably look through the people that are currently in the chat that I trust and pick somebody that I trust to become a mod. It's not something that I just hand out to everybody like some channels do, but I do appreciate your interest. How do you know what the health the enemy ships have when you're in the battle? Okay, well, it looks like somebody already explained it, but if we ever get into a battle, I will show you for sure. All right, so we are losing a lot of money, but again, we got an influx of cash specifically to build these, so we should be fine. There's no mods here currently. There probably is. I mean, Jason was here right at the beginning. He's a mod. They may not always talk in chat, but usually folks like Haas and them are here. If I see chat start to get rowdy or something's going on in chat and a moderator's not there present at the time, then yeah, I could potentially step in and promote somebody to a moderator. And again, I usually go by people that I've seen in chat for a long time that don't cause trouble, that I can count on to not abuse their power as a moderator as well. So just little things like that. Destroyer screen. Nice. All right, we're losing $9.3 million a turn now. It's not too bad. All right, let's look and see if there's anything that we could potentially boost to get us there a little bit quicker. I think we currently have Stereoscopic 2. Yeah, so we're working on Coincidence Rangefinder 3, which is a 1912 tech, which we're actually kind of caught up in that sense. If we can get that done a little bit sooner, that gives us a little bit of an advantage there. The torpedo propulsion is another thing that we could potentially be looking at here. This is a tech that's supposed to be done in 1910. So we're 13 months out. So we're actually starting to get caught up. Surprisingly, we're starting to get caught up in some of these techs. I know it's crazy, but we're still a little bit behind here. But we're starting to maybe get caught up in some of these techs. What do we got here? We got the Vickers range clock. This was, you can see how far behind we are in some of these techs, though. That'll be done in 4 months. I'm going to probably go ahead and boost that and this. Try to get the rangefinders and the control stations up, because being able to hit the target is nice. And that has been an area that we have struggled in. So, better towers, better rangefinders, always going to be a good thing. So we are currently about 2 years out from getting the rangefinder. The Coincidence 3 rangefinder, which puts us right on path to be roughly equivalent where we should be in terms of rangefinders for the year. In terms of armor quality, it looks like we're going to have Krupp armor coming up relatively soon. But you can see we're just behind in everything, like literally every category, basically. So, just got to work on it over time. We'll get there. Just takes time. Ice Time, welcome. Cisco. Cradian, welcome. Appreciate you guys dropping in. A lot of people trying to provoke us and we ignore them, so that's good. At least we're starting to ignore people, which is nice. But yeah, the unrest is starting to, or not unrest, but the diplomacy is going to have to be a thing. So let's just try to improve with the Japanese again. Just try to keep it in check. Don't need to go too crazy, just trying to keep it in check. Got a little bit of unrest, but it should tick down slowly. And if we have to, we can take events to take that, make it better. All right, let's keep it going. Yeah, I agree, Scar. I'm glad you enjoy, man. This is one of my favorite streams to do, is Ultimate Admiral, because it's such a chill stream. I get to hang out with you guys and chat and just play a game that I enjoy. As much as I get frustrated with this game, I do enjoy playing this game a lot. And it is a nice chill game that I can just sit here and read chat, hang out with you guys for a few hours, and just have a good time. It is very much one of my favorite things to stream. Because it is relatively simple, other than when I'm building. Sometimes when I'm building, I get locked in and I forget to, like, read chat. But it's one of the few games where I can, like, sit here and read chat relatively easily. What up, Spartacus? Welcome. Game is like Bannerlord 2 for some reason to you. Bannerlord is another one that I've thought about playing. There's just so many games that I would like to play. But I freak myself out. Because, like, I have to learn how to play a game. And play it at a level that people are interested in watching. We do have the Destroyer 2 hull, so maybe now might be a good time to look at a potential destroyer. We'll see. Mauritania's new leader is currently considered a threat for the Spanish Empire due to some recent mishaps in shared borders. The tension between the two countries increases dangerously, and a major offensive is expected within the next month. Okay. Mauritania. Looks like we are invading them. They have 11,000 people to defend, and we have 22,000 to attack with. So let's hope that we can pull that off. Our army logistics is at 38%. It's not the greatest, but hopefully we can progress here. That'll be new territory for us. Finally, our AI actually picks up and starts trying to take some territory for once. It's nice to have. Maybe next we can get this down here and get Borneo. Or Laos. We'll see. But it's always a good thing to see the AI actually stepping up and doing their jobs for once. For my government. Alright, so we did just finish the control stations. We're going to turn that off for now. Don't want to waste any extra there. This will be done in 19 months. Or we go ahead and pop out this, which we can get done in 5 months, and that'll give us a little bit more torpedo range. And then maybe we come up with our first destroyers. 5,500 or 5.5 kilometers is a decent range for, you know, if we can get this done, that'll give us at least a little bit of standoff range with the destroyers. And of course, we are working on the rangefinders as well. Everything else is coming up slowly. Got preheaters coming up, which is going to reduce boilers. Steam turbines are coming up in 1905. Or, sorry, is a 1905 tech. So we're like 5 years behind schedule here. Let's go and try to boost this as well. Let's try to get that engine tech. It's also going to be a good thing for us. Especially if we get geared steam turbines. Alright, let's keep going. Trying to save money right now. We're on a very tight budget. We currently have 5,800 crew. So we don't need to necessarily train any new crew up right now. It would be nice. It would be nice, but we just can't afford it. Mexico has signed a special trade agreement with us. Very nice. And they immediately would like a Solus-class battlecruiser. They are willing to pay us 71% over the sticker price. And give us a quarter of a down payment. Huh. I mean, that's $164 million in the bank. It's going to take some time, but that'll be a nice... We'll take it. Make it so. We'll build it for you, Mexico. welcome back to the fold. Just feels right. All right. Now, we are, again, going to be losing money. The biggest thing about doing those kind of build projects is managing our expenses in the meantime. But we should be okay. Should be okay. Just remember, 4 months, and we got to take that booster off of the torpedo propulsion. What up, Alex? Welcome. 6-pack in your first game? I would just log off after that. It can only go downhill. But it's good to hear you had a good game. Would you use an armor scheme where you put half of what your main belt and deck armor on your fore and aft deck? Example, 12-inch main, 6-inch fore and aft deck. I haven't tried it. Deck armor is pretty important later in the game as you start to expand the ranges of engagements. Because you get plunging fire at that point. Early on, it's not so important because you're at such close range that belt armor is king. But yeah, I generally, I think I've been using anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of deck armor, and that's been pretty effective for the most part. Obviously, against battleship caliber guns, like, it's not going to help. But against smaller caliber stuff, that little bit of deck armor does come in handy. Cradian, thank you and welcome to the Sparsheets, my dude. Thanks for becoming the newest member. All right. How are we we're advancing. That's good news. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. All right, 3 more months for the torpedo propulsion. Let's go. Oh my God, you guys are going crazy. Cisco re-upping for 15 months. Thank you so much. Jessica for the $5 bomb. You got a 290K in your Yama today. Nice. And Liam coming in re-upping for 7 months. Thank you guys so much. You guys all hit me at the same time. Get some goats in the chat for everybody. Good Lord. Appreciate you. Am I playing World of Warships with Aaron later? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. He hasn't said anything to me, so I don't think I am. He did say that he used a video of me today where we were in training rooms the last time we streamed together. It was me, him, and Tommy. It was a lot of fun.
I got a 290K in my Yamato today.
Beautiful. Her eyes make the stars look like they're not shining. I don't know why that came out of nowhere. I haven't heard that song in a long time. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. Dude, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Like, you put me in a lobby full of people, people always come after me. You put me in a lobby full of people that are in training rooms, like, that all know me, of course they're going to target me. And I was in a Constellation. There was nothing I could do there. There ain't enough armor on that ship to try to angle against the entire fleet. There was nothing I could do. All right, here we go. 13,500-ton heavy cruiser is now available to be built. We have the Armored Cruiser 5 hull, the Large Cruiser hull. Hello? Oh, don't mind if I do. I think it's time to look into building a new heavy cruiser. Heck yeah. And Mark III 12-inch guns, too. Dunite? Man, we're unlocking everything. Awesome. Peacetime is very good for researching. It really is. All right, 1 more month. Is that going to... let's keep it for 1 more month. Sometimes I can take this off and it'll finish in 1 month anyway, but this is turning to 2 months, so let's finish it off. That'll be done. And then we've got 16 months left for the rangefinder. Yeah, we'll wait for the torpedo propulsion next month, and then we'll go in and see what we can do. All right. We're up to 36%. So yeah, this looks like we're going to take Mauritania, which is good. I like to see it, man. I like to see it. Maybe next we'll take the British Somaliland that declared their independence from Britain. All right. Yep, let's keep going. Next. What up, Daniel? Welcome to the stream. Torch, good to see you. Almost missed you. Appreciate you dropping in. What happened with Jersey? Not sure what you're talking about. Did you hear about Battleship New Jersey? No. What happened? Oh God. Oh yeah. It's in dry dock. Oh, whew. Y'all have me worried. Y'all have me. Yeah, I know it's in dry dock. Yeah. I follow the Battleship New Jersey channel. I was like, man, I haven't seen anything. What happened? I knew they had an earthquake, so I was like, did something happen? Chinese Empire presented to us an ultimatum demanding the extradition of a defector who requests an amnesty from our country. The Minister of Justice asks for your advice about the situation. He may be able to share valuable information about the Chinese. We have a little bit of unrest, so I don't really want to go for the unrest. This decreases unrest, actually. It decreases our relationship with China, but we can always diplomatically get that back. Return him to them. We should not risk causing more tension between the countries. That's kind of a meh. And then, of course, this one. Negotiate to exchange him with something valuable. I mean, that seems the obvious part. They're willing to pay $17.5 million to exchange him. It's not a lot of money, but it's not an insignificant amount of money. This gives us prestige and unrest and drops our relation. This increases unrest further. Let's go with this. We're going to say no. He may be able to share valuable intel. All right, so now we've got the torpedo done, so we will get that done. Rangefinders is going to continue. We got 2 more months for the engines to finish. I think we will wait for the engines to finish before we design the next class. Got some new battlecruiser stuff coming up too. The battlecruiser 2 hull. And then we got battleship hulls coming up. It doesn't tell me what it does, but it does something. All right. Well, let's go 2 more months, get the engines, and then we will design a new class of heavy cruiser or large cruiser, potentially. We'll see. What up, Kyle Pierce? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great weekend, my dude. Beautiful day out there, isn't it? Harmful, good to see you. You were bummed to hear about Luke Hunter. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things. It's very somber, but at the same time, I mean, the man lived an absolutely incredibly long and fulfilled life. Like you can't mourn necessarily that. You can mourn it for the family that's left behind, but he gets to rejoin his fellow crewmates, his friends, his family that had passed on before him. I mean, the man was 102 years old. So he lived an incredibly long and fulfilling life. So I respect it. But it's his turn to rest finally. So yeah, I mean, he literally survived the bombing and explosion of Arizona. He went on and became a naval pilot and was shot down twice in the Pacific. He then set up a school to teach other people how to survive. And then he went on to go even further than that and serve as an advisor to several presidents. I mean, the lives that that man touched is incredible. So yeah, it's one of those things where you can look back on it and you can mourn for the family, you know, their loss. I'm sure he was an incredible person in person, um, but at the end of the day, I mean, what an incredible life. You know, you have to celebrate it. That's what I was getting at. It's not necessarily like you can't mourn it. I'm just saying like you have to celebrate a life like that, you know? And we could only ever hope to accomplish even a percentage of something that that man was able to accomplish, you know? We should all aspire to at least do the best that we can to be the best person that we can be, right? That's what I take away from those situations like that is you look up to it, you mourn for the family, but at the same time you celebrate the life that he had, and all of his accomplishments and all of his things that he was able to do for the world at large. The countless individuals that survived situations because of the schooling that he was able to set up, like it's crazy. All right, one more month when we finish this. So we'll get that. Just keep it rocking. Just went for a walk down the train track. I'm right there with you, Kyle. Great minds think alike. I literally just got back right before I started. I went walking down the train tracks here in New Lex, and I always go down to the bridge. And we have a nice little bridge. It's over a little creek right in town, and it's nice because like where the tracks go through, it's woods on both sides, right? So you got woods on the left, woods on the right. You got this nice little creek going through, and then I usually either sit down on the bridge or today I actually climbed over the side of the bridge and sat down on the little not granite, what is it, sandstone like blocks that the bridge is like mounted on. Just nice, sit there, listen to some music, take in the sun just kind of kissing you through the trees. Like, it's beautiful, man. Absolutely gorgeous day. There is a military crisis in Corsica. The government suggests using the current situation to strengthen our own influence in the region. What do you think? Send our diplomats to help find a peaceful solution. That'll cost us $7 million. Reduces unrest, but also costs us naval prestige. Send a division to demonstrate our power. I'd rather not do that. Corsica is not a major nation, so it's not like they're going to declare war on me, but it's an interesting one. And the fleet is not ready for action. I mean, this costs $21 million. We can't really afford that. So let's go with the sending a diplomat. It's going to cost $7 million. It's going to reduce our unrest slightly. Steam turbines is unlocked. Beautiful. All right, let's go research. Uncheck that. This should finish a little bit quicker now. This is Krupp armor. Wait, if I speed this up, how fast? 3 months. I want to get the Krupp armor now. This is the problem. This is the problem. I want to get everything, right? Plotting room as well. I mean, that's going to be a big deal too. All right, let's speed it all up. We're going to get the Krupp armor and the plotting room before we build our next class. So this is the problem. I start to unlock tech, and then I just keep going, and I'm like, okay, well, before we start the next one, I want to get this and this. And then the next thing you know, like, we'll finish those two things, and then there'll be something else really close to being done. I'll be like, oh, I really want that too. Mark III 6-inch guns. Mark III 13-inch guns. Mark III 4-inch guns. Tube mechanisms 2. All right, let's keep it going. So what did we say it was? 3 months? Yeah, 3 months until we get the Krupp, and then we'll be good. Over the hockey? Yeah, just love it. Dude, it is gorgeous. It really is. Weird question. When is the last time you cut your hair? It would have been January of 2020 was the last time I cut my hair. I mean, it was the last time that I legitimately went like short hair, I should say. I've had my hair trimmed back a couple of times, just get rid of like some of the dead ends and stuff. But but overall, yeah, the last time I legitimately went for a haircut was and by went for a haircut I mean I cut my own hair. I used my clippers and shaved my head off. What up, Loops? Good to see you. Mexico would like another Solus class battlecruiser, and they will pay us an extra 93% over the sticker price. Yes, please. That's our way of supplementing our income. 2 more months until the heavy cruisers are finished building. They will be at Bilbo or Bilbao. All right, research, 2 more months. The long hair makes me look like a Spartan. I don't know about that, but thanks. What up, William? Welcome. Can't seem to get a good game in the Des Moines. Really? Des Moines so good. I guess it depends on like whether the games are over in 4 minutes or not, but yeah, I rarely have a bad game in Des Moines. It's just nasty. It's very good. 9,000-ton light cruiser as well. We'll have to look into maybe building a light cruiser at this point. All right, so research. We can turn the control stations off. This will be done in 9 months. This gets done next month. Still keep it sped up. What else is coming up? Mark II 16-inch guns? Really? Really? We'll be refitting some stuff in the near future as well. Beautiful. All right, well, next. Right now we're spending a lot of money, not just in fleet maintenance, but also in building stuff. But we will make the money back, plus some, when it comes to selling those ships to Mexico. So it's not as bad as it looks. Yeah, appreciate that, Kyle. You have a great afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your walk, or if you're back from walking, enjoy the rest of your evening. All right, Krupp is done. Advanced Medical Department, beautiful. All right, so let's get rid of the armor quality now, and let everything progress again. 7 months until we finish the coincidence rangefinders. Let's go into ship design, and let's see what we can come up with. So the things that we want to look for is the large cruiser hull, which is technically a battle cruiser. No, I hate it. I hate everything about it. I would much rather have this battle cruiser than this. Yeah, this is just better in every way. This is dumb. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. All right, well, that's a thing. Large armored cruiser. That I can get behind. This is a hull I can get behind. This is a better hull form, surely, but still, this I can get behind. All right, let's go ahead and crank this up. I forget what I can build to. 13,500 tons. All right, so this is what we're working with. Now, this thing should be able to do, it says max, really? It's only 19.5 knots max? That feels really, really bad. All right, let's look at this then. Okay, this I can get behind too. This is Armored Cruiser 5. So this is a more modern cruiser. I do like to have those casemates, but this has a much better hull form. It has a much better top speed. So we'll set this to 23.5 knots. 13,500 tons is already where it's at, so we're good there. Let's go for a main tower. We've got the advanced tower. Rear tower is 6. Standard crew quarters. We still only have coal. Go for induced with gear or the turbines. Semi-balanced rudder should be fine. Electric hydro turning. Stereoscopic 2 rangefinders with advanced radio. All right, what do we got in terms of funnel? We would need 2 of these, which we could do. Yeah, 1 of these is not enough, so we'll probably just go with 2 of these. Throw 1 there, throw 1 there. Put that roughly there. We've got a nice balanced hull so far. All right, now what do we want to do in terms of guns for this thing? It's a heavy cruiser. Do something like that. Got 8-inch guns, Mark II, 9-inch Mark III, so I'm thinking 9 or 10-inch guns. We also have 11-inch Mark IIIs, but I don't really want to use 11-inch guns on a heavy cruiser. I'm thinking 10-inch guns. Gives us a 6-gun broadside. Leaves us plenty of extra to put some secondaries. Let's put our torque tubes on here as well. God, I hate how that does. Hate how it like pops up. All right, underwater torpedo tubes. Let's throw some 19-inch torpedoes in there. All right, the TNT is actually not a bad one. It decreases the hull weight. Decreases the fire chance, though. Increases the maximum shell damage by 33%, which is worse than these two. Picric acid gives us a high fire chance, and so very nasty HE, if we were going that route. I think we go with the Dunite. Or do we stick with the TNT? The reduction of flash fire, I think we stick with the TNT here. In terms of armor piercing, I don't know what we should do. It's 10-inch guns. Let's go standard. Let's go the Barbette Anti-Flash 3. Enhanced reloading. Advanced hydraulic turrets. Alright, so that's got these guys reloading in 44.7 seconds. I do want to throw some secondaries on here. I would like to put 5-inch secondaries if we can. Not really. Could put 1 there. Yeah, these 5-inch turrets are a bit too big. What about singles? Okay, so this is much more... Okay, we could put 5-inch single guns here. Okay, that gives us 5-inch guns, 5-inch guns per side. For casemates, we can throw some 2-inch casemates, apparently. And then we will increase the length of those. We're also probably going to increase the length of the 5-inch guns. Oh, don't tell me that's going to fuck that up. Okay, we're going to have to drop the length down until this actually fits. Oops, right there. So that is a 39 caliber 5-inch gun. I like the aesthetic of these kind of wrapping around here. They fit really nicely there. And then we can increase this to like a 3-inch gun. All right. We've got an inch inner belt. Let's take this to like a 1/2-inch inner deck. Let's go for 3-inch superstructure, 3-inch conning tower. Deck armor. I would like to have a 2-inch deck. And then the rest will have to be here. Before we do that, though, let's go ahead and reduce this. We've got 10-inch guns. Let's go with 10-inch plating. 2-inch, 2-inch. Go with 9-inch barbette. 3 inches. 3 inches is fine there. Take out the 2. Just save us a little bit of weight. And now we should be able to add a little bit more armor here. What is the maximum armor? 9.7. Okay. Let's go with a 9-inch main belt. Let's take this up to 4 inches. 4 inches. Okay. 5 inches. 6 inches. Very nice. We're right at the weight limit. So we can do a 9-inch main belt with 6-inch fore and aft belt, 2-inch deck armor everywhere, 3-inch conning tower, 3-inch superstructure. We've got underwater 19-inch torpedoes. We've got 10-inch main guns. We've got 5-inch secondaries. In theory, this should be pretty solid. Okay, we actually forgot about this. Let's go. Let's go standard ratio. That's going to put us overweight now. God dang it. Dang it! Okay, what about, like, increased? No, standard is what I want. This is... and then, of course, secondaries need to be... Let's go with soft cap. And then standard AP is fine. We could drop the range down. Forgot about that. Okay, let's go with that. That gives us over 5,000 kilometers of range, which is fine. And then we should be able to add some more armor. I'm going to go for deck armor here. 3 inches, if we can. Whoops. Okay, so that gives us 3 inches of armor everywhere, and then we can add a little bit more armor here. So let's go for 8 inches. Oh my god, can we actually just go ahead and max that out? There we go. Perfect! Can I lower the hull? You can lower the draft. So the draft here, you can lower the draft, which would allow it to set lower in the water, but it also makes it more susceptible to torpedoes and stuff like that. Let's take a look at this thing. That's a good-looking freaking cruiser, if I do say so myself, man. Not too shabby. Looks pretty modern for the era, too. I like it. What do we call this thing? Citadel. We are running a Citadel 2, which is an underwater protected deck. If you look at the profile here, this red line shows you the citadel of the ship. So that's why I always try to keep everything squeezed as far back as possible. This gun up as close as it is, these guns as far back, because your citadel extends from the front gun all the way to the rearmost gun, right? So this entire section of the ship is your citadel. Then this section in the middle, god dang it, this section in the middle is actually your engineering space. So your boilers, your engine room, all that. That's what this dark red section is. The San Martin, the Valenciago, the Taco, the Barcelona class, El Diablo, Chupacabra, Diego, Navarra. Okay, I'll tell you what. HSF. I don't believe I've ever named a ship for you up to this point. So I will let you come up with the class name for this particular class. So whatever you come up with, whatever you want for your class name, put it in the comments now, and we'll get you your first class. I forgot the camo and the Spartan flag. Cor de Rio. Solison, how's it going? Martinelli. The San Fernando III. I got you. There you go. The San Fernando III class. Heavy cruisers. I have good feelings about this class. This looks like a pretty solid design, so I like it. All right. What else did we want to do while we were here? Let's go ahead and go with a new design. We have the potential to build some new light cruisers as well. So let's see what we've got in terms of light cruisers. So we have the Light Cruiser 3 hull. God, I hate these designs, man. It's better than the old design, so I'll give it a look. And of course, the semi-armored cruisers, I'm not big on those either. Yeah, let's go with the Light Cruiser 3. This will be our first light cruiser, actually, come to think of it. Standard crew quarters. It's capable of doing 29.5 knots. Holy crap. This is a fast little boat. We will get some more names when we actually build the ships. I'm just naming the classes right now, and we're gonna design some new stuff. So hang out. If you want to name a ship, just hang out. We will be building ships in the near future. Light Cruiser 3. How do we want to build this thing? What is our maximum displacement? That's the other thing I need to look at. 8,500 tons is the max that this thing can be built up to. Can't build above 9,000 tons. Okay. So we'll get as close to 9,000 tons as we can. All right. That'd be 11.9. There we go. Main tower. Go for the advanced tower. Something like that. Secondary tower, we got the rear tower 3. What's the difference between that rear tower and this rear tower? This one's better. Okay. In terms of this, let's just set this up real quick. We got induced boilers, we got the steam turbines, we got auxiliary 1, electro-hydro steering, Krupp armor, double hull bottom, reinforced bulkheads, anti-flooding 2, Citadel 3, or Citadel 2, radio, stereoscopic rangefinders. Okay, how do we want to set this up? Could bring this... Oh, this doesn't fit. Could do something like the Atlanta class. Do something like that. Yo, Cradian coming in with the €1. Thank you so much, my dude. Appreciate you. Get a goat in the chat for Cradian as well. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. So if we build this kind of like an Atlanta class, what size gun should we be using? Obviously, the Atlantas had 5-inch guns. But I kind of like the idea of having a little bit more punching power. The biggest issue that I'm seeing right now is weight. Displacement. Don't know what we're going to be able to get away with. Right, that is terrible. That would be 20%. We'd need 5 stacks. If we're going to have a bunch of stacks, we might as well just go for it. Not quite. That's what we need in order to go that fast? That is absurd. That is absurd. The smoke interference will be real. At least we get a lot of torpedo tubes. On this particular hull. I was hoping that we could do something with a torpedo tube on the deck there, but it doesn't look like that's going to be an option. So we might end up mounting a gun there. Let's see what we can do. 5-inch guns make the most sense. 6-inch guns probably have a little bit more punching power. These are 6-inch Mark IIIs versus 5-inch Mark IIs. So yeah, we're definitely going with the 6-inch guns. And then we could throw a little 6-inch wing turret right there. got a bit of a 4-weight offset already. Definitely not the most stable gun platform I've ever seen. I figure we're probably going to end up dropping a little bit of the speed. Let's go down to 29 knots. That gives us our engine efficiency that we need. We're still overweight by quite a bit, though. What up, Reed? How's it going? 200-pound gorilla. Good to see you. Yeah, we're overweight right now. I always start by like going ham, and then I dial it back where needed. It's just easier for me to do that way. 6-inch guns. Let's go with APBC. And then could go capped ballistic HE. Gives us a little bit more penetration for the HE shells. But it also reduces the amount of charge that you have. I think we go for this. Let's go cordite, TNT. You would want probably picric acid or dunite for HE. But you also end up turning your ships into gigantic Roman candles when they get shot, which is not ideal. So I think I stick with the TNT. It's just a safer option. Enhanced hydraulic. Alright, so we're freaking 1,500 tons over the limit in terms of weight. How can we save weight? Obviously, we could go down to 5-inch guns. That would be one way to save weight. These would be 21 ton or 28 tons apiece, whereas these are 58 tons apiece. These are almost half the weight. Fair. Could reduce turret armor as well. It's not much. I want a 3-inch barbette, though. What's our current range on these? So 12.3 kilometers, AP and HE. Reload time, 14.1 seconds with 6-inch guns. I kind of want to make this work. How can we make this work? What do I have to give up in order to make this work in this? Range is one of them. Let's go ahead and drop that down. We can drop that all the way down. That gets us under the limit in terms of weight. I always forget about range. We've got maximum bulkheads, which is great. So that gets us where we need to be, and then we would add a little bit of armor. Let's go with that. Little bit of inner citadel protection. I think this maxes out at... Oh, it's not as much as I thought. I might be able to just max this out then. Oh, we're overweight again. Alright, well. Alright, so we are quite a bit overweight. These are probably going to be... I mean, there's not much armor here. So we just got to reduce everything. Let's go down to like 3 inches. 3 inches. 3 inches. Take this down to like 1 inch. 1 inch. 1 inch. Whoops. Still overweight by a little bit. 3-inch main belt. Drop the fore and aft a little bit. Okay, that gets us where we need to be. So 2.5-inch belt armor, 1-inch deck armor. It's not a very heavily armored cruiser at all, but a lot of firepower. Looks ridiculous. It's our little mini Atlanta. I mean, we could put an extra wing turret there, but... yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna work. All right, I don't hate it. It's not a bad first start for a light cruiser. I mean, this is absurd. I think we can all agree there. I mean, 6 stacker is not that far out of realm of possibility when you're talking about a coal-fired boilers. What do we call this thing? What up, Krill? How's it going? What up, Bobbins? It's a funnel farm. Yeah, it is. It is a funnel farm for sure. Dragon King, good to see you. It is literally a galleon. This is Spanish Armada right here. Blast from the past. The Rapido. San Valencia. Fajumoso? Hopefully I spelled that correct. There we go. All right, let's save that design. And now let's come up with a new destroyer. It needs one more smokestack to be lucky number 7. All right, let's look at our destroyers. So we have the Destroyer 2 hull. We can build up to 1,100 tons. All right. Main tower. Got the advanced tower. Secondary tower. Do we go with an armed tower? I think we just go with a rear tower. Something like that. What is this? I didn't look at the hull. What is it capable of? It's capable of 34 knots, so that's what we're going to aim for. Let's go standard crew quarters. We might end up having to go cramped, but we'll see. All right, induced boilers, turbines, Krupp. All right, funnels. We would need 2 of these. We can almost get away with 1 of these. Let's go with that. And then we can... I lied. Let's get rid of that. Space is really important on a destroyer, and this is hurting my freaking brain. We'll see. Alright, so torpedo launchers. We do have dual torpedo tubes. Main guns. I do want to go with the 5-inch main guns. Or do I? Think about it. Mark 3, Mark 3, Mark 2, Mark 2. .2, 9.2, 16.2. Part of me wants to go for like small rapid fire guns. We can totally put a bar bet on this. You should not give me the ability to do this game. Alright, if we throw... Oh, that's too much. It's too much to put there. Could definitely do it back here at the back, though. We do that. We throw... 6.3, 5.7, 7.5. These are more accurate, but they reload so slow compared to these. These literally are going to reload 3 times in the time it takes to fire this one time. And, I mean, when you look at it, you're only going to have up to 0.6 inches of belt armor or armor on a destroyer that you're shooting at. So if these are killing destroyers, like, you've got plenty of penetration. I think we try the 3-inch guns. I have never tried 3-inch guns. For a destroyer in this game. Alright, torpedo tubes. Obviously, I want the torps to be towards the back. Let's go ahead and make them the 19-inch torps. Alright, that gives us... We are overweight, though. By a lot. By a lot. Drop the range. Saves us a little bit. Still overweight, though. All right. So we got 4 torpedoes. We shrink this down. That'll save us quite a bit on engine size. That saves us a little bit of weight. So we can get away with that. Could go ahead and set it to be lower in the water as well. So if we drop it down and then set this back to 1100, in theory, should be a more stable platform to shoot from. We got standard crew quarters. In terms of barbettes, I would like to have a small barbette at the back. That's going to limit our torpedo launch angles, though, especially for this particular one, if we go there. If we go with something like that, that would still allow us to have the 3-inch gun there, and that still gives us much better torpedo launch angles on this turret, or on this torp tube. That gives us a 4-gun broadside that are reloading in 4.8 seconds. What if we increase the barrel length? What does that do to our reload? Goes to 6.1 second reload. Okay. So a 6.1 second reload. I hate how this is sitting here. Can fire out to 8.2 kilometers. Set up for maximum HE. Should be able to pin pretty much any destroyer it comes up against. No problem. I kind of want this. Part of me really wants this to be like a wing turret at the front. That means we still have that over there, but if we're chasing, we have more guns over the bow. I mean, we could technically, but that's gonna screw with this launch angle. Never mind. Let's say we could technically do the same thing here. I don't think that would be a good idea. Conversely, we could take this out, move this back a little bit, and then put like a wing turret situation there. Let's try that. Like if we move this back, that gives us really good firing angle there. Now can we throw a 3-inch wing turret in here? We totally can. Now those have really good firing angles. Over the side anyway. They don't really do as much over the back. We have this gun up high that can do that, and then these still have really good firing angles for what we need there. And is yeah, I like that. I like that better. I like it better. All right, in that case, let's go ahead and add some armor. It's kind of a joke because there's still no armor. I think this will be okay, actually. It's only 4 torpedoes with a 7-kilometer range. That's actually a lot better than I thought. So we actually have 7 kilometers of range now. But these are primarily going to be counter destroyers, counter transports, you know, convoy raiders, that sort of thing. These should excel in that role. Pretty cheap to create too, or to build. So, yeah. What do we call this thing? Dude, we got 70 people watching right now. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope you guys are enjoying. Don't forget to punch that like button if you are. Looks cute, but it might be able to bite. Yeah, it should be able to bite. I mean, again, we're building this not to take on cruisers, not to take on battleships. We have some torpedoes that can potentially do that for us, but this is going to be counter torpedo boat, counter destroyer, counter transports, right? So we've got the little fast firing guns that should be more than adequate at taking out anything small, right? And then of course we have the big torpedoes that are back here that can absolutely ruin, you know, medium and large sized vessels. So I like it. Piñaza, the Oquindo. Name it El Serpiente. That is Spanish for snake. I kind of like it. El Serpiente. Okay. I got you. All right. Save the design. So that is a heavy cruiser, a light cruiser, and a destroyer. We don't have any new hulls for the battle cruisers right now, right? Like, there's no new battle cruiser hull currently. It's just the battle cruiser here. This is technically a new battle cruiser hull, but we're not going to count that because fuck that. This is just better in every way. We've got our Dreadnoughts that we've already looked at. We've already built this Dreadnought. Yeah, I think we're actually done. Piñaza is cool. The burrito bison. The burrito bison. I like it. Aquila? Or Akia? Is it... See, this is where I struggle. I just need to stop. Because if I start to get into it, somebody's going to get mad at me. What up, Paramedic? Welcome to the stream. Alright, so... now we've got to figure out what we want to do in terms of our thing. So, first of all, we're researching rangefinders. We've got new battleship hulls potentially coming up in the near future. We don't know if we're going to get a hull. Doesn't show that we're getting a hull, so we might not get a hull at all. We do have a new Battlecruiser 2 hull coming up in the near future. 3 months out for that. We got lots of other mediocre stuff that is coming up in the near future. This is a 1915 tech. Geared steam turbines, so that's huge. Like, this is a big step forward for engines for us. But the other thing is we need to look at how we can build. I think it's the boilers, right? Like, boilers is how we go from coal to oil, I think. Yeah, so this is coal fire boilers. So maybe we try to bump that up a little bit. Try to get some boiler tech going. Because we clearly need a little bit of help in that situation. Get away from these 6-stackers. We do currently have a 36,000 ton shipyard capacity, so we want to potentially be looking at expanding that in the near future, as we are starting to get into the neighborhood of bigger and bigger ships. So, something to consider. Financially, we are in ruin right now. We are losing $19 million per turn because we are building several ships for allies. Those heavy cruisers are coming online now, so those ones won't cost us for the moment. If I click this and go to limited, it should automatically switch these. Yeah, perfect. It's a little workaround for you guys. Little pro tip from me to you. So when they come on, they will be in limited straight out the gate instead of going into in being. So it'll save us a little bit of money there. These guys are costing us an arm and a leg, but we're 8 months out from finishing this one, and then that'll be a nice little chunk of money that we get there. And then, of course, this one will be a nice chunk of money as well. Between these two, we should be making somewhere around $300 million profit. So this will jump up above $400 million once we get those built. That being said, I do want to go ahead and start looking at building. We also need to do a. That's the other thing I should have done. We also need to go up and refit a lot of our ships as well. All right, these are $11.6 million total. So we should be able to build a decent amount of these. We have plenty of shipbuilding capacity. I think we go ahead and build... Let's build 12 of them. That'll be 4 destroyers per fleet. Ish. What it'll actually end up being is 2 destroyers per fleet, and then 2 destroyers that are going to go to different ports. That's going to be $19.9 million per month, though, to build 12 of these right out the gate. All right, let's just do it. Oh, that's a lot of money to lose, though. Okay, so let's put 2 of these at Barcelona. 2 of these will go to... send it to Bangkok. 2 of these will go to... Guantanamo, I guess, because we can't send it to Santiago de Cuba. 2 of these will go to Philippines. 2 of them will go for our... Equatorial Guinea seems like a good place for one. And then the last one, you will be... Where is the... It's Santa Cruz. There it is. Canary Islands. Okay. There we go. All right. That's done. All right. Do you guys want to name some destroyers real quick? Let's see what you guys got. We got the Lil Taco. What up, Caterman? Good to see you. Time goes by 1 month per turn. If you're at peace like we are, it goes pretty quickly. If you're at war, it slows down quite a lot because you got a lot of different things that you have to accomplish each month. Aquila. Got you. Crypta. All right. Rapida. Tortilla. Antorcha. Pablo. Mateo. Pedro. Luana. The Jub. I got you, Jub. And then for the last one, Cuta. Ciuta. I don't know what that one is. Anyway. All right, that's all of them. We are losing a lot of money, though, so that's going to cost us. Let's go forward a couple of turns to finish this research off. Finances are rough. Yep, let's just go for it. 2 turns. "16-inch Mark IIs just finished. Very nice. All right, this finishes next month. We are losing so much money. So much money. All right, next turn. Mauritania has been conquered by the Spanish. Let's go. More territory for the Empire. Our area of influence grows. All right, so research-wise, we can drop off of this now. This finishes in 5 months. I am going to have to double or dial back this a little bit, though. As much as I hate to. We are building, so... So much for that finishing in 5 months. Yeah, now it's going to take 57 months. Good Lord. And we're still losing $10 million a month. 6 months, we'll get a nice influx of cash. Then these will also be done in 6 months. All right, next. Let's look at the politics real quick. How are we looking? Germans, the Japanese, and the... okay, let's try to improve relations with the Japanese again. What up, Zen? Uncle Stir Fry, good to see you. King Swag, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, everybody. Oh, my triceps are hurting so bad, man. For reals. I did a pull day yesterday at the gym, and because I had missed Thursday and Friday, I ended up doing the pull day solo. Normally, I have a workout partner that works out with me, but because I was doing it solo, I didn't have to wait as long in between sets, so I just kind of knocked it out. And man, I'm telling you what, I am sore today. My traps are sore from doing shoulder shrugs. My freaking triceps are sore. I'm beat, man. You visited an international weapons exhibition and journalists asked you your impressions. I was not particularly interested. Our industry can produce much better weapons, but we cannot yet demonstrate them because they are secretly developed. That gives us prestige, but hurts us against most countries. Some of the weapon exhibits were fascinating and superior to our own, so we'll consider adding them to our arsenal. It gives us a nice influx of $32 million. Does increase unrest a little bit. I realize that our country is keeping pace with global military developments and our own weapons are at least equally good. If we go with this reduces unrest. We are starting to get up there in unrest, so let's go ahead and take this option for this time. Getting a little bit of money would also be a good thing, but we can't afford the unrest right now. I like to keep my unrest a little bit lower. We did improve with the Japanese. Very good. Very, very good. All right. It wasn't much, but it at least was something. So let's try with the Chinese again. Still losing a lot of money per turn, as you'd expect. 4 months till these guys get finished. Once we finish building these ships, we should have no trouble raising the research budget again. It's just every time we go to build ships, we're having to drop our research budget. Portugal and Italy. Interesting. Okay. How are we looking in terms of our GDP? Still growing. We're up to $22.7 billion GDP. One of these days we'll be rich. Not today. 4 more months. Okay, keep it going. The campaign has been a struggle, Zen. It really has. We've had to completely rethink how we approach this campaign. This is not a campaign where I can just steamroll everything like I have been. It's been a struggle. What up, Ladon? Japan was trying to take Yemen? Why? Sounds very familiar. If we end up in a fight with the Italians again, we're going to end up having to deal with this situation. They will almost certainly end up taking or trying to take our territory here. We don't have the army there to protect it either. All right, what was I doing? Two months. 2 months. Yeah, it's been a challenge, that's for sure. But I like a challenge, and we've been able to hang tough despite having several ridiculous setbacks. One, we had our fleet completely disappear on us, and then we ended up getting into a war with Russia, and then they took our fleet. So we've had to restart our fleet multiple times with no money, but we slowly building up. Slowly but surely. 1 more month and these will be finished. That'll be a nice chunk of money. and then we can start to increase our research budget again. Is the game acting up? I don't know if it was the game or if it's a mod, because we are running a modded playthrough for the first time ever. We're utilizing Brother Monroe's Dreadnought Improvement Project mod. First time we've ever done a modded playthrough on the channel. And so things happen. Like, you're messing with the game save. I'm not going to blame anybody for it, but it was a situation where we logged in after the game was updated. I updated the mod because Brother Monroe's really good about, like, if there's a game update, he will update the mod to make sure that the mod still works. So I got in touch with him before doing anything, loaded in, and yeah, our Navy was completely gone. But it wasn't just ours, it was every Navy. So we kind of explained it away as the Great Reset. An unknown force swept across the planet and took every ship and every ship and their crew, and they just disappeared. Our government wants to organize an international regatta to promote the mutual understanding at sea between all countries. While I think that this is a good idea, I can't afford it right now, so I'm going to need you to chill with the spending. It also reduces unrest, which is nice. As if the government had nothing else to do. That does reduce our naval prestige, so we could definitely do that. That wouldn't cost us a thing, other than a little bit of prestige. This gives us a little bit of prestige, drops unrest, increase. This is a good thing. Still, it's a lot of money that I can't afford to lose right now. We'll do it. Whatever. Norway would like a destroyer. Okay. So we're back to having the Norwegians as our or no, we had Sweden before, didn't we? Norway is our new ally from recently. So we have Mexico and Norway as our allies. We are losing $4.9 million per month currently, which is not ideal. These should be already in limited when they come in, but they will be commissioned next month, so they shouldn't cost as much next month. And then this finishes next month as well, and that'll be a nice influx of cash. We're currently sitting at $111 million, so we'll see how much we have next month. $271 million. That's much better. Much better. Yeah, torps are a lot more effective for everybody. So, a couple more destroyers. Okay, fair. So we're going to build a couple of those for those guys. Everybody's already limited. That's great. This will finish in 7 months. We're currently making $9.4 million a month. So let's go ahead and get our finances going back in the... Holy mother of God. Let's get it going in the right direction here. Let's go ahead and get us a little bit of crew training going as well. Do something like that. All right. Next turn. But this is also the first time that I've done a like an intro narration, sort of story-driven narration at the beginning of my streams. So let me know if you guys have been enjoying that as well. I've been enjoying the process of sitting down. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I have been using ChatGPT to help as well. But So it's not just me, it's ChatGPT helping, but like coming up with a script that kind of goes over past events and gives us a little bit of lore to go with it. I feel like it adds to the story, but let me know what you guys think. I'm very interested to see what you guys know. The German Empire demands to stop naval activities near their borders as they consider them a hostile action. The Prime Minister requires your advice on how to reply. Um, I'm going to refuse to comply. Our fleet must be free to navigate because I'm not paying them anything. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Okay, the Battlecruiser 2 hull is now available. So we'll have to look into that. We are still losing money. Shocker. Should have the other one coming up in 6 months, and then these will wrap up relatively quickly, hopefully. Let's go ahead and start looking at potentially refitting our battleships as well. And our battlecruisers. We didn't end up building the Corsair, did we? Like, this is our Dreadnought. We haven't actually built the Corsair at all. It's so expensive. I don't know. I don't think I can build one just yet. So expensive, man. All right. Let's look at the politics. So, yeah, Germany's starting to get upset with us. We can try to improve relations with them through diplomatic channels. Keep everything else going for the moment. Spartan, do I want to know what you think of how this new series for Spain starts? Yeah, I'm always open to know what you guys think. Yeah, I've never really used like I use Chat GPT for like ideas essentially. So like basically I sit down. It's really intuitive too. Like I like using AI. You guys know that I've used AI to help design like channel like emojis and stuff like that in the past. Like I like it for that. Like God dang it, the German Empire has sent us an ultimatum demanding financial compensation for our discovered acts of espionage. Dude, y'all need to chill, man. This rhetoric is unacceptable, man. Chill. Dude, the Germans are starting to really irritate me. Why so hostile, man? They got a lot of people that they're friendly with, but we're not one of them for some reason. Need you guys to chill. Also, the Italians are on the verge of going to war with us. They currently have 4 battleships, 2 battle cruisers, 7 heavy cruisers, 13 light cruisers, 7 destroyers, 4 torpedo boats. And then all right. Five months left for the battleship. Okay. Let's go. It sucks that we just never have any money. That's the worst part about this campaign. Like, it's just, you don't have any money. What up, Aaron? How's it going? Yeah, it definitely helps streamline making the script because I'm decent when it comes to telling stories, but it is much easier to like give Chat GP a bunch of like information, and then let it kind of like structure the narration around it. Before your first stream, the government of Spain, seeing the decline of their once mighty empire, say to their people, "Too long we saw our mighty empire fail or fall. Today we end, and today we start to rebuild." I do actually just stream this game a lot. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, the good thing is it's not gonna take nearly as long to do this particular playthrough as it did the last one, because this one's going very quickly. Because we're at peace most of the time, trying to like not be bankrupt. But we're still growing the empire over time. All right, let's go ahead and see what we can do in terms of refitting. So this is the Mendoza Warfare. If we click refit here, it should automatically update everything. Do have auxiliary petrol engines. Go with Krupp armor. Go with anti-torpedo 2. Citadel 2. Anti-flooding. Radio. TNT. Main guns are set up for a maximum HE, probably because they're 16-inch guns. Standard shell size. Base fuse HE, semi-armor piercing. Let's go increased HE. I lied. Go standard. Standard ratio. It should be this thing relatively decent in terms of its refit. It's going to take 2 months to refit. Probably cost a boatload of money. We actually could go to stereoscopic 2 rangefinders before I forget. Still going to take 2 months. We have about 300 tons to play with. Engine efficiency could be better. Let's go ahead. It's already on induced, but yeah, we don't have the room there, unfortunately. And we can't put a funnel in there. So this gives us 18 funnel capacity. This gives us 7. So technically, this would be enough for 2 of these. So if we get rid of that and go with this, that's all we truly need. But now we're refitting for 4 months. Alright, save the design. That's a long refit period, man. What about main towers? So the front tower is front tower 4. We do have a front tower 5. About secondary tower. So rear tower 4, rear tower 2. So that should make us just better overall in terms of accuracy, spotting, all that good stuff. We're right up against our weight limit too. Yeah. 4 months is a long time, but we only have one of these, so want to make sure it's the best it can possibly be. Ah, yeah, I could have done that. I forgot about the turbines. It's fine. It's fine. That's going to cost $5.7 million for 4 months. Oof. That is expensive. All right. The other thing we want to look into, so we can get rid of this design, the Josephine class heavy cruisers. Let's go ahead and view them. We'll come up with a refit for them as well, because we have them. Already, just on updating this alone is already going to take 2 months. All right, so we have the multiple expansion steam turbines. We'll upgrade to regular turbines. Okay. This shows us firing base fuse HE with standard AP. Nine-inch guns. All right, so we have 500 tons to play with. We have more funnel capacity than we actually need currently. What if we crank up the speed a little bit? Okay, 23 is a little too much. Let's go 22.9. 22.8. There we go. All right, so 22.8 knots top speed. Still plenty there. Maybe we add a little bit of deck armor. Okay. The one thing I didn't look at, though, was towers. So the front tower is front tower 4, so we do have the front tower 5, which gives us a bonus. So let's go ahead and swap that if we can. That's going to force us to move this forward. Okay, rear tower currently is rear tower 5, which is the best rear tower we've got, so we are overweight now. Go figure. All right, that puts us underweight. Okay. It's going to take 3 months to refit them, but they should be better overall. These are now 9-inch Mark IIIs. Got all of these 5-inch secondaries, 6-inch casemates. "19-inch torpedoes now." Yeah, let's go for it. What is the other one? So that's the Josephine class. We've already done the... Oh, we should probably go ahead and upgrade the Solace class battlecruisers as well. Do a refit for them. Let's go ahead and do that. So this is the Solace class battlecruisers. Go ahead and do a refit. Switch to the geared steam, or the regular steam turbines. Right. Okay, this should probably be okay in terms of this. So, Advanced Tower 2. Yeah, it's the best tower that we have. Rear Tower 5. Yeah. Okay, so how much do we have in terms of tonnage? We're right up against the tonnage limit. We have more engine efficiency than we need. Rather than giving it armor, I'm going for speed here. All right, 27.2 knots is what these things are capable of doing now. And they do have 12-inch 41 caliber guns. Okay, safe. When am I going to build a Corsair class? When we can afford it. Capital ships are expensive. All right, so that's the Solace class. Let's go ahead and come up with a refit for the not yet built Corsair class. Just to put it in perspective. Actually, it doesn't make any sense to do that. We haven't even built one yet, so by the time one even gets built, there's likely it would need a refit anyway, so we'll just hold off till we can build one. What up, Rocco? Good to see you, my dude. The 16-inch guns are actually Mark IIs now. We did just unlock the Mark II version of it recently. Alright, so now's the part where we hemorrhage a crap ton of money. Alright. The Solus class. Let's refit all three of these. The Josephine class. Oh god. That hurts. I forgot we have a lot of those. Puts us over our limit too. We're right up against the limit, actually. We're fine. Alright. Financially, we're going to have to drop this down until... Dude, we are still going to be losing $50 million a month right now. Dude, this hurts. It just hurts. Alright, I know that we've got, in 4 months, this comes online. That'll be a nice influx of cash. So we should be fine. That's a lot of money. Close your eyes, everybody. It's going to be close. All right, Caterman, appreciate you, my dude. Have a great night. Campaign's going it's rough. It's going better than it probably deserves to, considering how poorly I've executed it so far, but it's been a challenge for sure. British Somaliland changed hands. The Russians took it. Interesting. So the Russians actually have territory in Africa now. Three El Serpiente class destroyers. Sure. Yeah, we just... This campaign, the biggest struggle for us right now is just money. We just don't have any money. And despite my best efforts, I haven't been able to, like, actually get any money. Oh, don't worry. I'm still hanging in there. I don't give up. You guys know that. I don't give up. Yeah, so Solus, I believe, has 12-inch guns. And then has 2 dual 8-inch guns. And then a bunch of 5 or 6-inch guns. Dude, Italy is getting their ass kicked in Africa. All right, let's look at our politics situation. So we got the Italians, the Germans. Everybody's kind of irritated with us again for no reason. Let's try to improve relations with the Germans again. One more month to finish up the refit on our battleship, Mendoza Warfare. And then I might set about trying to figure out if we want to go to war with Italy. They don't have much of a fleet. Their army logistics is absolute dog water. Ours is worse somehow. I don't know how ours is worse, but ours is worse. All right, one more month we get that money from that. Noriko coming in with the $2. Amagi and New Jersey are now earthquake sisters. Yeah. Wait. I know they had an earthquake in New Jersey. I think it was like a 4.8. So it was noticeable, but it wasn't crazy. New Jersey got hit in dock. Yeah, it was like a 4.5 or a 4.8. Yeah, she should be fine. She's in dry dock, so I don't think there's anything to worry about. I'm pretty sure I would have heard about it if there was something crazy. Considering I've donated to the museum, I would have probably gotten a message in the email about it. Something happened. Amagi was also in dry dock. Yeah, but didn't Amagi get destroyed? What up, Captain Brian? When did we design the Solus class battlecruisers? 1907. 1907 was when they were designed. But yeah, they've got 6 12-inch guns. They've got 4 8-inch guns. They've got 8 5-inch guns and 16 2.9-inch guns and 4 underwater torp tubes. But yeah, next month we should be able to get the money from selling the battleship. That takes us back up to 385 million and means that we're actually making money for the moment. At a press conference, you were asked about recent evidence that foreign espionage targets our Navy. This is just a constructed rumor. In a foreign press conference, you have been severely criticized by the German empires. I find it unhonorable to talk about someone when he's not present. All right, so we are making a little bit of money again. So The next thing is, do I want to go ahead and do this, or do I want to go ahead and start building a... as much as I want to build that Dreadnought, like, financially, it seems like a very bad idea. Like, if we build one of these, we'd only be able to build one. It's $7.6 million per month. So we could get away with it. How long will it take to build as well? I don't know. Let's go ahead and build it. Build the ship. We're only going to be able to build one of them, though. And we will set it to Barcelona for obvious reasons. Let's go with like 50%. So we should get some cash from these sales relatively soon anyway. It's going to take 20 months to build that battleship. Oof. And then it's time, once we build that battleship, I think we got to start looking at building our new heavy cruisers, light cruisers. We already built the destroyers. I mean, we're starting to get a fleet. I know it's kind of crazy, but we are starting to have a fleet again. If we look at our overall fleet strength, we are up to 26 ships. We're currently building 5, though some of those are not ours. 192,000 tons, so we potentially have the ability to do naval invasions. But currently, the only one that I would really consider going to war with right away would be Italy, because they have really no navy to speak of. So we could potentially do some work in and around Italy. Maybe we could navally invade, like, Sardinia. But the problem is, these guys would likely invade us. They definitely have the army to do it there, and we don't have the army there. So I don't really want to do that, because then if we lose Mogadishu, that's kind of strategically important to us. Dude, we are... I'm not used to having to think this much for a campaign on Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, I'm not going to lie. It's a lot of thinking. If we do this, that gets us done in 3 months. Or we just let it go, because it's just coincidence rangefinder. I'm probably not going to be using that anyway. Got a new battleship haul coming up in 1 month. Alright, let's just go ahead and let it tick forward for a month. Save the Dreadnought. Says the Dreadnought is 20 months, yeah. Welcome back, Puddin'. Lances, how's it going? Solus version 5. Appreciate you dropping in, Lances. Hope you're having a great day at work. What did I miss, Rocco? All right. Yeah, it didn't give us anything for that, I don't think. All right, so it's going to be 19 months for the battleship to get built. So we're going to be losing a lot of money until then. We've got all of these projects coming up over the next couple of months that should hopefully pay for a little bit of this. Question mark? We'll see. What up, Captain Brian? 1,200 ton destroyer, Mark III 4-inch guns. Let's get that done. Let's get the coincidence rangefinder done too. I won't be necessarily using it, but getting it done is probably a good idea. Oil-fired boilers is actually huge. Let's get that done too. All right. Battle cruisers, we haven't actually got to test them yet, but so far so good. I'm not sure when the last time you were able to join is. If you're talking about the battle cruisers that we designed before the game decided to delete all of our fleets, then yeah, we had no idea. Never got to test those out. Okay, one more month here. How do we become mods for the channel? Basically, it's out of necessity. I don't add mods very often. Basically, it comes down to a situation where I'm streaming and no mods are present on the channel during the stream. And if I see somebody is like out of line or something and I need a moderator and nobody's around, then I'll potentially promote somebody. But other than that, I don't usually add moderators. Yeah, we rarely ever need mods. I only add mods based on like need. Okay, if we're in a stream and there's no mod present and somebody's acting up in chat and I happen to see it, then we might promote somebody at that point. But for the most part, we've got a pretty much any time that I stream, there's usually at least one or two mods that are in chat at any given time. So pretty happy with where we're at in terms of mods at the moment. And it isn't about proving yourself. It's just simply like if you're in the chat and I know you've been around for a while and I feel like I can trust you, and we need a mod at that time. Like that's basically how I promote people to mods, because we've had issues in the past where I promoted people and they ended up being a problem, and that is something I desperately want to avoid ever happening again. All right, so research, we can stop doing those for the moment. This is a 1910 tech, so we're a little bit behind there. Let's just leave it. We don't need to speed anything else up at the moment. Financially, we're hurting. But we do get 3 destroyers this month coming out, so we should be okay to shoulder that burden. Yep, we went up to 311 that month, so we're good. That pays for our debt a little bit longer. Yeah, Dreadnoughts is probably... Dreadnoughts and Farm Sim are definitely the chillest streams, I think. For sure. And I need to get back into doing a Farm Sim stream this week. At some point. Alright, so... 15 months left there. 4 months left for this destroyer to be built. Got to start looking at potentially reducing spending. Is there anything that needs to come up? What do we got here? Naval gun barrels. Okay. Torpedo contact exploders. Meh. All right, let's take a look. I think we're at a point where I can reduce the budget here. And potentially go ahead and start building some of these San Fernando III class heavy cruisers. How many are we going to build? I mean, probably start with 3. It's $15 million for 3 ships per month. All right. Let's put one of these at Barcelona. One of these at Davao. And Havana. All right. We got 2 names, guys. 2 names. What do you guys got for me? What up, Razor? Welcome to the stream. Jeff, how's it going? Yeah, it's been a long time without a war, but we haven't done very well in the last war, so I want to try to make sure we're in a good position before we go jumping into another one. Also, have a great night, Lances. Appreciate you dropping in, man. Pablo. I think we already have a Pablo, don't we? Yep, we have a Pablo. San Jacinto. Got you. El Polo. San Victor. El Impanda. Got you. All right. How long will those ships take to build, by the way? 15 months. So we will get our battleship and 3 heavy cruisers built in 15 months. We will be losing $8.5 million per month until it happens. All right. Politics. Italy. Let's increase tension with you. I think it is time to start thinking about going to war with Italy. I'm looking at this in particular as a potential prize. And then maybe we can take these. It looks like Britain's trying to take that, actually. All right, well, next turn. You're doing a mini campaign with the custom battles. China fighting against all other nations simultaneously for a fight to save our sovereignty. Interesting. What up, a lone wolf? Circa 1930. Do 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 do. You got revolt over here. China just took Afghanistan. We'll say the AI seems to be a lot more aggressive at taking territories in this version. I don't know if that was an update through Ultimate Admiral itself or if that's part of Brother Monroe's mod, but definitely seems like the AI is more likely to go around grabbing up all these smaller countries. Except my AI. My AI doesn't like that. I'd like to take Morocco. Hey, you guys want to go grab Morocco next? Or Portugal? Portugal? We could invade Portugal. You know, just a thought. Politics. Got nothing there. What is our current standing? Okay, we need to kind of get Germany under wraps here. Like, improve relations. Pretty please. Pretty please. What is our GDP up to, though? $24.8 billion. Like, we're getting there. It just takes forever. All right, keep it going. Are subs and mines still ruining the game? With Brother Monroe's mod, he has disabled subs and mines. We are running Brother Monroe's Dreadnought Improvements Projects mod. All right. Continue to increase tensions with the Italians. You have 3 ideas for the next battleship class. The Madrid, the Santa Cristobal, and the Regina Isabello. Probably the Regina Isabello. I like that one. No guarantees that that's what we'll name it, but of the 3, I like that name. All right. So we are on the brink of war with Italy. I still can't seem to get Chinese and the Germans to chill out. They really don't like us for some reason. What up, CH? Good to see you, Christopher Hill. Appreciate you dropping in. Los Polos Hermanos. Glad you guys enjoy the stream so much, man. Also, we're very close, 75 likes, too. You guys are crushing it. Appreciate all y'all. I know it's been kind of a boring stream, but this is what we have to do if we're wanting to beat this campaign. We're going to have long periods of peacetime where we're trying to rebuild and strengthen our fleet as best we can. Appreciate you, Razor. Now the next goal is 100. Can you guys hit 100 likes? That's the real question. I believe in you. Okay, we are able to chill the Chinese a little bit. That's good news. It's good news. Just got to get the Germans to chill out next. But continue to increase tensions with the Italians. They should be declaring war on us next turn, if I had to guess. They are also almost at war with the Japanese. Apparently, they ended their war with the British. All right, how are they doing in terms of... They're building 2 ships. They currently have 2 battleships, a battlecruiser, 7 heavy... 3 heavy cruisers, 7 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and a torp boat. So I feel like we should be okay in this fight. It could come down to anything, though. You never know. You never know. It's gonna be rough for us because we just don't have very well trained crews. So we're gonna be going in with the cadets. What up, Shina? Welcome to the stream. Bodie McBoatface. I have not considered playing Sea of Thieves, no. I've heard it's pretty good, but I don't know. Just not something I was actually interested in playing. Alright, so we are on the brink of war with Italy. If we look at Italy, they are currently average in technology. So they're technically superior to us technology-wise. They've got superior army logistics. They're at 41% again. France actually took over some of their core territory. They also took over Corsica. So Italy's in trouble. Not to mention, they took their ports away down here, too. Again, the biggest thing that I worry is that if I go to war with them right now, these guys will just immediately declare on Italian Somaliland. And we just don't have the army to defend it. They have 1 million standing army. We have 446,000 standing army. So, I don't like that at all. Alright, let's look and see what we can do with battlecruisers. I know we had the new battlecruiser hull. Should be the battlecruiser 2 hull. Okay. So this one was capable of 24.5 knots. This one's capable of 28.8 knots. Very nice. Let's see what we can do with it. We got the advanced tower. That there. Secondary tower. We got the rear tower 5. That there. For main guns, we've got 12-inch Mark IIIs. I think we stick with the 12-inch guns, or do we go 13s? We might go 13s here. So if we put a 13-inch gun there. Oh, I can't put the 13-inch gun there. Okay, well maybe we can put some secondaries there. And then do wing turrets. Dude, we can't get 13-inch guns. Sadness. So much sadness. Okay, can we put a barbette there then? If we go standard superimposed barbette. That looks a bit too big. Let's go medium superimposed barbette. Put a 13-inch gun. Have I ever said how much I hate how the moving the camera ends up interacting with everything in the process? Pretty sure I've said that multiple times, but just reiterating. So 28.8. I'm going to probably set this for like 30 knots. This thing should be capable of doing 30 knots. We will go ahead and reduce the draft on this. And maybe the beam as well. Let's go with that. She's narrow, she's low. Still doesn't have much in terms of torpedo launchers. Shouldn't be... I guess there's some casemate mounts. do that. Alright, let's set up all this. We'll go semi-oil, reduced turbines, unbalanced, electro-hydro steering, Krupp, Corvette anti-flash 3, anti-torpedo 2, reinforced bulkheads, anti-flooding, Citadel 2. Set it for standard ratio. Let's go with standard armor piercing. Cordite, TNT, enhanced reloading, 19-inch torps. Alright, we need a funnel. What can we get away with in terms of funnels? We would need way too many of those. We would need 2 of these. We would need 3 of these. Put 2 there. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Every goddamn time. Alright. Okay, so we could get away with these 2. Okay. For secondaries, I definitely want to utilize some of the space here for secondaries, so maybe throw an 8-inch gun turret up here. Why does that not exist? Like, that is clearly a raised platform. I hate that I can't actually put anything there. Well, since I can't put anything there, can I at least put something up here? Nope. Sure can't. Oh, it's frustrating. Alright, well, we can definitely put the 8-inch guns in here if we wanted to use 8-inch guns there and there. But I feel like we would put main guns there. If we've got 13-inch main guns here, what would be a solid main gun for that? We got Mark III 10 and 9-inch guns. Oh, I went the wrong ones. Let's try this. So these fit basically perfectly right there. Hopefully that can rotate. Looks kind of close. Maybe throw a 9-inch gun on there instead. That looks a little bit better. Now the next question is like other secondaries. If I put like a small barbette, dude, I can't even put that up there. Okay, secondaries. Not quite enough room for a 6-inch turret. Or a 5-inch turret, actually. Could put a 5-inch turret between these two. Or we opt for 4-inch turrets, where we can put a lot more of these. Now, the biggest concern with putting these 4-inch guns in here is that it is going to limit our firing angles for these larger guns. I don't know how I feel about that. Can we put a barbette there? Let's do like a medium superimposed barbette. Can we? We can't. Dude, I would like them to add like the ability to do barbettes as like wing barbettes. That would be awesome. Oops. Side guns. 9-inch. Alright. This is an expensive battle cruiser for sure. And again, I don't understand why we can't put anything there. It's got a bit of a 4-weight offset, which is not ideal. It's not crazy, but it's noticeable. Have we changed everything else? So we're at 30 knots top speed. We've got 8,400 range, so we could definitely drop that range down a little bit potentially. We'll see. See how we want to do with this. She's a nasty little gunboat, that's for sure. These 4-inch guns, probably I would want to increase the length of those barrels. So that gives us a 45 caliber 4-inch gun. They are going to be a little bit slower reloading now, but they should be a lot more accurate and be able to reach out beyond 10 kilometers now. Now we just got to figure out our armor scheme for this thing. We don't have a lot of armor to play with, so let's go for 2-inch superstructure. Let's go for 3-inch conning tower. Let's go for 2-inch deck. Everywhere. And then that leaves us less than 2,000 tons to armor the rest of the ship. Okay, so let's go with an 8-inch side armor on the turrets. It's going to make the turrets a little bit heavier. Let's take it down to a 10-inch barbette. 9-inch barbette. Two inches. All right. Looking over everything, I think we've done everything that we need on this side of things. Standard ratio, maximum HE for secondaries, capped ballistic HE for the secondaries, standard AP for the primaries. Enhanced reloading. That has these reloading in 35 seconds. These reloading in 82 seconds. What up, Johnny? How's it going? So the funnels are currently attached to the towers. Like, I could move this further back. Which potentially frees this spot up here for like a secondary. But yeah, it won't let me put anything there either, apparently. It's only available for the funnel. Like I said, I would love to have this like back here. And then have something mounted there. Like, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to put a barbette there. Like, it's silly that that's not possible. It's even sillier that, like, I wouldn't even need a barbette anyway. I should be able to just simply put a freaking turret there. Most of the time you can. But apparently not on this particular hull. Like, it's not interacting with the floor and raising itself up like it's supposed to. Which is unfortunate. And as much as I don't like limiting these firing angles, we do need some secondaries. Like, we need some of these faster firing guns. And I like the idea of having a medium caliber like gun here as well. It just gives us a little bit more layers of defense, you know what I'm saying? Or offense, I should say. So, like, we've got the main guns, 13-inch guns. We've got these 9-inch guns here. Then we've got the this small caliber guns, and then we've got the tiny guns, which should provide a pretty adequate level of standoff firepower. And of course, we have a couple of torpedoes on board for good measure. All right, let's go for 9-inch, 5-inch, 5-inch. Okay, can we go 9-inch straight up? Totally can. Okay. I'm surprised at how much armor we can actually put on these things, to be honest. Like, I'll probably go for 10 inches of belt armor, 11-inch main belt, and then maybe go to a 3-inch deck, potentially. Okay, we can get away with that. Can we go 3 inches on the superstructure now? Sure can. Okay. All right, so that, I mean, we still got 300 tons to play with here. So we go 11 inches. Bump this up. 12. Yep. So a 12-inch main belt, 11.5-inch or 11.4-inch fore and aft belt, 3-inch deck armor everywhere, 3-inch superstructure and conning tower armor. That's just a hair too much. So basically a 2-inch inner belt. I mean, in theory, this should be a pretty solid overall design. In theory. Johnny, this is Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. It is a game where you get to design and build your own ships and take them into combat. It is expensive. It's just under $200 million. What up, Nate? How's it going? But I think it's pretty much done. So what do we call this thing? Now, we're probably not going to be able to build this thing anytime soon. But at least we've got a design for it. The Elite Espartana. Yeah, no planes, Johnny. There is currently no plans to bring aircraft or carriers or anything like that into the game currently. The Madrid class, the Barcelona class, the Pantera, Bodie McBoatface, the Bellator, El Argo, Samasta Trinidad, Esparta class. Christopher Hill coming in, dropping a $10 bomb with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, my dude. Get a goat in the chat for Christopher Hill. The Matador. That's not bad. Maybe we'll call it the Matador class. I like that. I like that. Let's save it. All right. Again, not going to be able to build it anytime soon. We are 18 likes away from 100. You guys are crushing it today. Thank you guys so much, man. Appreciate you guys. All right. Okay, so we should be able to delete the Josephine class because we already have the Josephine refit here. And we've already moved on from the Josephines, right? Yeah, with the San Fernando. So let's go ahead and delete that. We're not going to build any more Solus class battle cruisers, so we can go ahead and delete that. We already have the Solus refit, so we're good there. The Corsair. We are currently building one of these. I'm going to hold on to this design for now, because we will need to do a refit on it anyway. Everything else is current. The next thing that we need to look at would be to potentially build some of these light cruisers. But that's a ways off too. But thank you guys so much, man. Appreciate all you guys. That being said, I am getting pretty tired, so I might call the stream a little bit earlier than normal. I did stream this for 7.5 hours yesterday. But, yeah, it's been fun, man. Like I said, I'm enjoying the challenge of this campaign. It's a completely different way of playing because I'm so used to just, like, immediately being able to, like, build whatever the hell I want and just raffle stomp everything in our path. And this has been a much more controlled version of this. So let's go ahead and try to get to like 1915 and then we'll call it there. All right. In the meantime, let's go. What up, Mark? They do have subs in the game, but we are currently playing a mod that disables submarines and mines, so we can't do anything with subs. Also, the subs in the game are basically just text that you research. You don't actually get to see them. You can place them around the map once you've unlocked them and stuff, but you don't actually get to control them or anything like that. It's not that bad. Like, this particular playthrough is a bit more tedious than any other playthrough that we've done because of the lack of funding. Like, we've been struggling to get money. So, like, we're falling behind in tech. We're falling behind in building Navy. But, I mean, slowly, we are getting there. We currently have an active fleet of 26 ships. We have a battleship, a couple of battle cruisers, some heavy cruisers and destroyers. And we're building 6 new ships. Not all of these are ours. Some of them are built for allies for profit. But we're starting to get our GDP up to a decent level. And hopefully we can start to make some money. Research-wise, we're struggling. Because again, we're building some ships. We've got 9 months until the new heavy cruisers and the new battleships come out. So, just takes time. The recent financial crisis in industry has decreased tax income. The government wants to cut the Navy's budget. What is your reaction? This is unacceptable. The Navy's finances must be maintained. We don't have a lot of unrest, so we could definitely trade a little bit of our prestige for that. Navy belongs, whatever. This reduces unrest and cuts quite a bit of our prestige. So, yeah, I think we just go for this one. It's unacceptable. Navy's finances must be maintained at all costs. Alright, keep going. Yeah, the San Fernando III. Relations with the British Empire have reached a point where an alliance seems possible. Diplomats from the British Empire are asking to sign a special trade agreement which will not be profitable for our nation, but will strengthen further our relations. What are your thoughts? I'm not going to pay you a bunch of money to be friends with us. Just not. So screw you. You're trying to take advantage of our goodwill. We will never accept such terms. We are a powerful and proud nation, and we do not need such friends. If you want to come back to the table when you aren't being complete douche nuggets, then maybe. But until then, screw you. Now the Russians are starting to get upset with us again. Panama Canal is officially opened because it's 1914. All right, so 6 months. What up, Zizzy? Welcome to the stream. You're currently playing World of Warships Legends and you're having a hard time hitting citadels in your Arizona. Do I have any tips for you? Have you seen my video called Citadel Guide? My quick Citadel Guide video. It's a very old video from back when the game first came out, but it is still relevant to this day. It explains what the Citadel is, where it is, and how you hit it on basically any ship. Obviously, there are different nuances for different classes of ships, different like if it's a lightly armored ship, you might overpin it. So depending on angle of impact, you might want to hit it at specific angles. But the general rule of thumb is to aim for a citadel, you want to aim waterline between the gun turrets. So somewhere between the front gun and the rear gun. If you're hitting waterline in that area, then that's how you're most likely to hit a citadel. You're not always going to get citadels. Citadels are rare. It is full damage hits. So it's pretty rare, but if you learn how to aim, it gets easier with time. But there's a lot that goes into whether or not you hit a citadel. It could be the thickness of the armor, like how close you are. Could be angle of impact. So if you're further out, the shell's coming in at a steeper angle, have a better chance of getting into the citadel. Where the citadel is positioned, if it's an above the water citadel, if it's below the water citadel, if it's a turtleback armor scheme, there's so much that goes into determining whether or not you're going to get it. But for general rule of thumb, aiming between the front turret and the rear turret at the waterline is your best bet. All right, Arabia, we have a new ally, so that's good. And we're almost into a point where we're making money. Crazy. while building ships. What if you have to lead your shots? Leading the shots, I mean, you're essentially just think about when you're leading a shot, you're essentially like aiming for the same spot. It's just that you're aiming for a point in the future, right? So you're not changing where you're aiming. You're just simply changing when the shells are going to get there, right? So when it comes to leading the shot, most of the time, auto aim will get you close, and then you want to adjust for a little bit depending on what the enemy's doing. Because auto aim isn't perfect, it tends to be a little bit lagging. So by lagging, I mean the shells will tend to hit later on the ship than you want, so further back or completely miss. So you want to add a little bit of extra lead based on what the auto aim gives you. And then pay attention to what the ship is doing. If it's turning out, if it's turning towards you, you'll have to adjust your lead based on that as well. And then you got to remember also, depending on what ship you're firing from, different nations have different shell velocities. So that plays a big role in how much you have to lead a target as well. The Americans tend to have a little bit slower shell velocities than other nations. So you have to give a little bit more lead for American battleships. Yeah, it's basically auto aim plus a little. And it comes with practice, so the more you do it, the more comfortable you'll get with it, and the quicker you'll be able to make those adjustments. Like, it gets to a point where you don't even really have to think about it. You look at the ship, you can see what it's doing, you auto aim to get close, and then you adjust your aim based on what they're doing. It just takes practice. When you try to aim for the turret, it misses or drops a little short. I mean, RNG is the thing. And again, it depends on like the shot and where you're coming from. But basically what you got to think of is every shot that you take is an ellipse, right? Each turret has its own ellipse. So even if you fire a full salvo, each one of those turrets gets its own RNG roll into an ellipse. Okay? You have dispersion and you have grouping. Dispersion is the size of the ellipse. Like at any given point, or the ellipse represents the overall area that a shell can land in from a specific turret. Okay? So the more accurate your shot, the more likely, or the smaller that area is that the shells can land in, the more accurate the shot is, right? However, the other side of it is grouping. Some nations have really horrendous grouping, aka the French. The French have awful grouping. The Americans have iffy grouping on occasion. So by buffing the grouping, you buff the tendency for the shells to stay closer to one another instead of spreading out. So they still can land anywhere in the ellipse, but they will tend to be closer to one another in the ellipse. There's a lot of nuance to World of Warships, but the overall premise is relatively simple. Yeah, and Cradian, you bring up the point what we were talking about with like some nations have better grouping, some nations have better sigma. Sigma obviously is the overall accuracy of the ship, whereas grouping is the ability for the shell, or the tendency for the shells to stay close to one another. But at the end of the day, RNG will screw everybody at some point. Like, you're gonna have bad salvos, you're gonna have those shots that fall short, you're gonna have those shots that go exactly where they have to do absolutely nothing, and it's gonna drive you bonkers. I promise. Doesn't matter how good you get at the game, you're still gonna get those shots occasionally. But the more you play a specific ship, the more you'll notice its tendencies. And you can adjust for that in your aiming. So, practice. That's what it comes down to. Good old-fashioned hard work and practice. You need a good build for your shell grouping on Arizona. So, my build that I run on my American ships is William Sims for the most part. So it's free to play commander. It's your accuracy build, going full accuracy with the build. I don't do anything crazy with it. It's gyrating drill bits, reaching out XXL. What is the other one? Flammable cannoneer. So all of that, and then of course my inspirations for William Sims is Palo de Revel, because I like to have a little bit faster reload because it allows you to have that advantage in a peer-to-peer engagement where you might be up against the same ship. So you having a 3-second faster reload is a big deal. And then of course I use Andrew Cunningham because the Americans, like I said, can tend to troll you when it comes to shell grouping. Their accuracy is overall pretty good. It's their shell grouping that tends to be a little lackluster at times. So you use Andrew Cunningham. His base trait is to buff the shell grouping for battleships. So that's my build. And then, of course, once you get up to higher tiers, you have that 4th slot available. Utilizing artillery plotting room is freaking ridiculous. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Kind of went on a tangent there. Why are the Russians starting to poke us again? Like, chill out, Russia. Douche. All right. 3 more months and we have the new ships. And we're officially making money, folks. Holy crap. Wow, we're building ships. All right. 2 more months. And then we will likely be looking at trying to build a couple of those light cruisers. Or okay, we're officially making money. So let's go ahead and do it. Do I bump up the tech budget? Or do I go ahead and build another ship? I don't think we need a capital ship right now. But having a couple of those light cruisers wouldn't be a bad thing. So let's go ahead and build a couple of these, maybe. Let's build... Dude, that's $22 million, man. Oof. This is $11 million right here per month. It's going to take 12 months to build them. All right, let's build 3 of them. One for Barcelona. One for... Habana, and one for the Philippines. All right. Well, we've got 2 more names. So what do you guys got? Yeah, the higher the level of the commander, the better, for sure. So each time you rank up your commander, you'll notice that each tier of your skills has different levels to it. As you hit certain milestones on your commander level, you will advance a skill to the next level. Okay? So, for instance, just right off the top of my head, the Master Mechanic skill gives you an extra heal when you get to 16. So, when you get to level 16, it would give you an extra heal. Before that, you only get 1 heal. So yes, level commanders getting leveled up is a huge deal. Samasta Trinidad. Got you. And then San Fernando the Third. We already have that one. We also have a burrito already. Pretty sure. Death by Chocolate. Williams is 16 and Revel is 12. Cunningham is 16. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're on your way, man. San Victor, Empanadas, Mallorca. We'll go for Mallorca. Name it after our little island. All right. It's going to cost us an arm and a leg. Wait, it's not actually as expensive as I thought. I mean, we're still losing 4.2 million per turn. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I do need to start bumping our budget up a little bit here, so let's go to 26%. We say it was going to be 12 months, so $120 million. We can afford that. Yeah. Should be fine. Should be fine. Now, we'll probably end up building some more of these light cruisers over time. But, yeah, we just gotta... We just have to do everything so slowly. Like, it just takes forever. Colombia's new leader was found to support armed terrorists who disrupt the regional trade networks of the Spanish Empire, increasing the tension between the two countries. The Spanish Empire's government decided to launch a swift military operation to occupy northern Colombia, replace the local government, and pacify the region. A task force of at least 35,299 tons is needed to support the invading force. I support it. Let's go. France was not happy about that, by the way, but they can suck it. All right, so we need 35,000 tons worth of ships. Well, fortunately for us, we have some ships right here that should be fully capable of helping. Okay, move them over. Wait a second. How long will this take? 5 months? Okay. Move you over here. Move you there as well. I'm going to use this opportunity to go ahead and mix everybody up. That one's not finished yet. Okay. We are going to have to drop our budget down as we move ships around. Have 2 heavy cruisers there. 2 destroyers there. Two destroyers there. Do we send the big fleet over? I think we do. I think we just go for it. I don't want to fail this. I want the territory. It'll take 2 turns for them to get there. Make it so. Make it so, number 1. All right, we're going to have to drop this down, though. Still losing $30 million a turn now. All right. Next turn. Name a ship Bob. So, the Battle of North Colombia, the Spanish Empire lost 1,278 soldiers. The Colombians lost 511. Currently a 10% chance to succeed, but we got a lot more tonnage on the way. And we'll send these guys over there as well. All right. I am very deeply concerned about the amount of money that we're spending to do this, though. Let's put these on hold for the moment. Suspend those for now. That should save us a little bit of money. It's not a lot, but for now, it should help us get through this. Yeah, I see what you. I know what you're after there, Christopher. We'll see if we can get a ship named Bob eventually. Yeah, Zen, you have a great night too, man. Appreciate you dropping in. Also, we're only 12 likes away from 100. You guys are crazy. Thank you guys so much, man. See if you can hit 100 before the end of the stream here. We're getting close. What up, Drift King? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. We're currently trying to take over northern Colombia. Japan is gone due to economic collapse. They're just gone. Boy, that would be nice to get a hold of. Not gonna lie, that would be real nice to get a hold of. We don't have a large chance of succeeding here, but I'm hoping that we pull it off. These guys are on their way too. They will arrive in 2 turns, so just in time. Spending a lot of money to do this, so I'm hoping that we can pull this one off. It would go a long ways towards helping us earn some more money. There is a military crisis in Greece. The government suggests using the current situation to strengthen our own influence in the region. God, everything wants money. Let's send our diplomats. Okay, now we have a 44% chance. So we will probably not succeed, but you never know. You never know. One thing's for sure, we need to get these guys back into their ports as soon as possible. Costing me a fortune. %45 chance. Can we pull it off? Odds are not in our favor, but it is the turn of 1915 as the clock strikes midnight. Let's see what this... Please, please, hold your tongues in the right place, guys. Close your eyes and hold your tongues, guys. Can we get it? We got it! Yes! That's huge. That's actually huge. Huge. Alright, send you back up here to Santiago de Cuba. And then send you guys back across to Barcelona. That's huge. Alright. Beautiful. Frickin' beautiful, boys. Our influence in the Caribbean expands further. Told you. See, every time, you guys just gotta believe. You gotta close your eyes. You gotta hold your tongue at the perfect 40 degrees right out the right side of your mouth angle. And it works every time. Is there a way for me to send clips so you can tell me if I'm doing something wrong? I don't normally do that just because I would get so many clips from people. There's no way I'd be able to do like individual basis, try to like explain everything to everybody, which is why I always try to refer to videos that I've posted. I've got a lot of videos in the Arizona that you can really check on and see what I do and see if you can implement the same sort of strategies. All right. Well, with that bombshell, I think I am going to end the stream there, guys. Thank you guys so much for hitting 90 likes. You guys are awesome. Didn't quite hit 100, but we got close. We got really close. We had a good viewership all the way through. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed. I know there was no fighting in this, but we did expand our territory. We took Colombia, or at least northern Colombia, which is going to be big for money. Like that's some decent change coming our direction. We also managed to grab Mauritania in this stream. So despite not actually being directly involved with another country during this particular stream, we are on the verge of war with Italy. We are starting to get on the bad side of Russia and Germany again. So we're going to have to try to figure out what we're going to do there. I'm not going to lie, part of me wants a little bit of revenge against Russia, but they are also doing pretty well for themselves here too. So not sure if we'd be able to do anything there, but we might. You never know. We are doing relatively well. We have 30 ships in our fleet with a 264,000 ton Navy tonnage right now, so pretty solid there. Not too shabby. But hey, not every freaking stream's gonna be a crazy one, but we are still hurting in terms of money. But I'm liking our odds of where we're at right now. Again, this was all about building up our fleet. We have successfully done that. We've built up a decent sized fleet. We are ready to potentially stretch our legs in the next episode. So, if you guys are enjoying the stream, punch that like button, leave a comment below, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and as always, I will see you in the next video. And keep your eye out, because I'll probably be streaming this a couple of times during the upcoming week as well. So, yeah, appreciate everybody hanging out. Have a great rest of your weekend.